I didn't realize I was still in the transition thingy. Like the transition screen. But yes. Hello. Everyone. Oh. Captain? What are you looking at? Meow. Meow. Hold on, let me turn on cat cam so y'all can witness the itty bitty. She likes to Steve Surf. But yes, hello. So as y'all can see, in this corner is wplace. I actually moved this over to my drawing tablet, his screen. Meep. But essentially... Oh, hold on. Meep meep. Okay, cat cam over. Pack it up. Up chat. Anyway. So to explain what I am doing. So there is a farm that's been in my family for 150 some odd years. And it is right here. And for anyone wondering, yes! My family does, in fact, have a farm. And I wanted to draw a cow on it. I thought the best option for me was to do fluffy ears from Earthspark. Oops. Hold on. But first, let's crop this so it's just that. And I am going to add a little bit of color. And yes, I literally did grab the picture of fluffy ears from the Transformers wiki in order to kind of do this. And I'm gonna do this in kind of a cel-shaded way. And there we go. So I'm going to make this small and put it like over here. So, along with that, little prelude, there are several things I have on my to-do list. Other than drawing fluffy ears on wplace. And most of it's related to Patchouli. So... Also, this is the fucking file I'm using as, like, the reference for fluffy ears. So yeah. And it came from this image specifically. Of fluffy ears. So yeah. Anyway, let's go to rep sheet number 1. Also, I did render her Patchouli here. But anyway, I think I'm gonna get started on the first thing here. Which is the inner mouth for Patchouli. Which is to say I am kind of gonna do something like this. This is gonna be very, very sketchy. Actually, I wonder if I should do something similar to what I did for my own reference sheet. Or like what I did for Fennel's. Because if I go to Fennel, I just have his mouth looking like that. But if I go to my VTuber stuff and I go to here, I have like a more accurate mouth, which I think I'm gonna do that. Let me just chop down a symmetrical ruler. Over here. Also, I am going to do my best to try and draw all this as accurately as I can. But yeah, I should probably get a chart of what teeth look like. Which, let me do that and go to Pinterest for this. So, teeth chart. I probably need to, like... So... Dropped my phone. God damn it. Yeah. So... I'm gonna check on this, like, intermittently to check on my charges. And then, you know, work on it when I have the time. So, from what I can tell, there is the front incisors. There's here. But then there's other incisors, and the things are like here? I wish I knew. Then I'm probably going to just draw them like here ish, because it's what I know. I don't have I don't have upper canines anyway, so I honestly would not know. You know, I think that is correct. So, yeah. And, more teeth go there. Actually, let me move this over. And I'm going to mention something. So, for the teeth color, I'm going to keep it relatively the same across all the characters. This is also the teeth color of my VTuber model. It's like this off-white over thing here. But she actually here has unique colors for the inside of her mouth and her tongue. Which are these colors. That I'm placing right now. And that's kind of what her mouth is gonna look like. You know, over here. In fact, I actually have a drawing of her with her mouth open. There is, of course, the icon I made of her, but then there's also her Tumblr intro, which I probably need to redraw. As you can see here, her tongue and inside of her mouth are purple. I really do need to redraw this though. It's from last year, and I've made a few updates to her design after that. Probably like once I make her head in Blender, I'll redraw her Tumblr intro. So, anyway. I'm going to do a bunch of this. Also, I'd like to mention that the reason why some of my characters like Fennel don't have upper canines, or like, if you're wondering why I like drawing fangs on characters, it's because I don't have any. I don't have upper canines. This is kind of like basic Skelly lore at this point, but for those who do not know about the Skelly lore, I had a cleft lip when I was born, and it went down to the bones of my skull. So one of the big things that caused, due to the location, was like around and because of that, it affected my upper canines. So one of them ended up being half the width it should have been, and that's what is medically referred to as a needle tooth. And it was preventing some of my other teeth from coming down. So like back in 2015 to 2016, like about a decade ago, I had to go to the CHKD and have it removed along with my wisdom teeth. And this was, of course, before I had braces, which I got my braces when I was like 12. And I got them removed when I was 16. So I had them for like 4 years. And if y'all want to wonder why it took so long, it's because I had jaw surgery in 2019. And they used my braces to kind of like anchor down the rubber or bands. For anyone wondering, yes, they literally use rubber bands in order to make sure your jaw is shut. And they were pretty much bound extremely tight. And I couldn't even eat like a French fry or something. Which my mom tried. I did and checked to see if I could like even eat a French fry. For the record, I was barely able to chew it. My mom was just like, damn, the wire or you shut pretty tight. Though without those exact words, she probably used like dang because I was like 16. Once I became an adult, they were a little more, my parents got more comfortable cursing in front of my brother and I. But to be entirely fair, I kind of gained my sailor mouth from my dad. Because that's what happens. When you are the daughter of a sailor. You gain the mouth of a sailor if you're the daughter of a sailor. Also, apparently, I am going to be able to stream tomorrow. Which, for anyone wondering, why weren't you planning on streaming tomorrow? Because the original plan for my dad and I was to, like, go to the state where my cousins live and drop off the computer my dad made for them. But my dad has work, so I won't be able to go. Which sucks because I haven't seen my cousins in since, you know, our grandma's funeral. But my dad can't exactly say no to going to work because he works for the government. I like to mention that he is no longer in the military. He just works at a shipyard owned by the government. Wait, no. It's meant to be a line art. But yeah. This is the mouth of a patchouli. Not the flower, not the Toho character, but my OC. I remember, like, it happened, like, at least twice. When I was, you know, writing Patchouli's Revenge on stream. I've had at least 2 or 3 people ask me if I was writing Toho because of the character Patchouli knowledge. And I've had to clarify, no, this is not Toho fanfiction. I just have a character who's also named Patchouli. But yeah. And this is the 10 line. And I think this is pretty good. Let me just oops. I don't think I can move it right now. Which... let me add the lip line. And actually... and a little bit of the lip color. Which plunk. We do this. Yes, I'm using the color of the tongue here for the gums as well. Simply because I just don't want to bother making a whole new color. But that's done. And just before ads, we're going to start. Which are starting in about half a minute. So we can sit back, relax, and probably add more pixels to the cow. But first, cross that out. And yeah. And, so that's our starting soon, so let me acquire this. And there we go. I'm actually gonna try and there we go. I'm gonna put this back in its corner. Verify you are human. And there we go. I'm actually at like level 10. So probably like once I'm able to, I'm going to purchase another color. Which I have like 441 droplets to go until I'm able to kind of get a new color. I'm probably going to get the dark peach color so that I can, you know, do the nose, like the snout, and the ears a little better. Yeah. Right now, I'm just gonna wait for ads to end before doing the eye marking chart. Which, let me actually move over to it. But yeah. I feel like I'll be able to make some good progress on the little cow here. Little fluffy ears. Also, but yeah. I'll have to wait like a little more for the charges to respawn. But yeah. I feel like I'm probably going to like next unlock the peach color. Because I unlocked light peach for the snout. I believe. It takes half a minute to regain a charge. So I'm probably gonna like wait for and I've every time I've leveled up I've gotten more charges. Like I'm unlocking more charges as I level up, so I think I'll be able to finish this in a few days. Maybe. Hopefully. But I think I'm gonna get enough pixels to finish off this whole square. Which let me do that. Also, welcome back from ads, everyone. Let me just minimize this. And then, let's just get started. And I am going to add a little bit of more tum, like a little more stomach here. Just because I feel like it would add a little more to the realism. Of, you know, Patchouli being a plus-size character. But first, I'm going to start off with here. Which, if I go to the expression sheet... You know, over here... This is kind of like a very old ass... These are some old drawings. But some of the places I've had her eyes be are like her collarbone, her shoulders, and of course, her hands. Also, apparently I have some on her jaw. Like the underside of her jaw. But I think I'm just going to keep this relatively simple. And also, if I go to her old ref sheet here, there are some on her thighs as well. And some on her neck. Which I actually might just do this. Or that. I don't know. And then most of the eyes are kind of going to be on the front. And it's also why in both of her, in like her main outfit, most of her body is just completely covered. It's because of those eye markings. that she, you know, kind of has to hide because she honestly does not want people questioning her as to why she has all these markings on her. So of course some of them just probably like look at her horns and are like, yeah, that makes sense. Also, something I have here is if something I have here as well is a mesh. Like, I plan on making a 3D model of Patchley's head. So because of that, I plan on making a, you know, head. I wanted to, of course, do the mesh first before I really do anything else. But yeah. This is, of course, just going to be where the markings are. Actually, hold on. I could probably do something like this for one of them. Like have some be vertical, some be horizontal. It's gonna be a pretty chicken scratch affair. So let's go to the back sketch. Over here. And yeah. And of course here is, you know, going to be where her tendrils are. So I'm not going to add any of the eyes there. Even though originally my idea was to have a big old symbol. But I think I can just delete that and this as well. Let me just lock this layer real quick. Also, I did color the line out for this one. But yeah. So this is, of course, it looks slightly wonky. Simply because of the fact that I kind of just tried to figure out the placements of everything, which I think I might do an eye here. Eventually I will make like a base 3D model where with all of her eye markings. It is probably going to be a hefty trypophobia. A warning, you know. Because these can reasonably look like holes. I'm trying not to cluster them too much. But they are probably going to at least somewhat look like especially up here. It feels like something to warn about. Yeah, most of the reference sheet here is kind of going to be like the concept for Patchouli. Like, I feel like I've really solidified her reference. Or like her design nowadays. Compared to like when I first drew her in like 2023. Like almost 2 years ago. So yeah. So I'm probably gonna do an intermission shortly so that I can use the bathroom. Yeah. I'm kind of going to mostly cluster these eyes around her, like, upper body. And occasionally have some of them, like, have a good few that are, like, you know, below. So, on, like, her legs and stuff. But most of them are kind of just on her, like, above the belly button. Which I think I'm gonna give her, like a pair of boxers. Like, just as a way to signal that nothing is really gonna be in there. Because I honestly feel like it would be a little cursed if I had an eye, like, below the belt, as it were. But I'm actually gonna go run ads right now, because I need to use the bathroom pretty bad, so I'll be back! Alright, I'm back. I, was giving attention to the boyo. And apparently the allergies are really bad today, because apparently, as we found out, our void boy, Cryptid, has allergies to grass and stuff. So, hello? I'm here. I'm here, guys. Oh my god. I can't believe it. The service is not liking me today, huh? Yeah, I don't think so. Hold on, let me... I'm not signing into Razor. Okay. Hold on, Chad. Give me a moment to... get everything... back. That was really weird. Like, that was weird. Let me, it's just, my computer just randomly turned off. Okay, connect to vBridger. I am now connected to vBridger. So, okay, thank God. My progress was saved. Ugh. Yay, my progress is still saved. It did not fork itself. Health completely. Meep. 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 Was it you? Did you cause my PC to bork itself again? I love you. Meow. 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 Are you doing this on purpose? Doing this on purpose. A great feeling of relief. You somehow always end up losing your stuff, but sometimes it's saved by autosave. Yeah. Luckily, I was in the bathroom for long enough that it probably did autosave. Save all my progress. Girl, why are you hissing at me? Why are you so silly? Grr angry. You know what happens to angry girls? They get snuggled against their will. A little snuggle bear. You are the snuggliest of bears. Wink. Alright. I'm gonna let her go. You! Anyway, what? Hey, she was laying. She was like right up on the switch for my extension cord. So I think she accidentally turned that off. So I should probably ask my dad if he'd be willing. Keyword willing. To help me design a catio. So for her. So she does not have to do that on accident. Also, I'm drawing this in a way where it's like purposefully very flat because there's no real purpose for it. Yes, hello, welcome back in, Inkwraith. Apparently, I will be able to stream on Friday. And the reason why that is, my dad is on back shifts. So he can't go. Also, part of me was like, I was kind of like trying to figure out how to like do this. I was partially tempted to like add one of the eyes like around here or so, but I think that would just be way too cursed and it wouldn't show up anyway. Like, it would not be worth it if it isn't showed on all that much. Yeah. Thankfully, Coop Studio Paint saved my progress, so I don't have to worry. But I might... Okay, so I still have wplace up. And for anyone wondering, what am I doing with wplace? Behold the cow! Let me just... Behold the cow! Do it now! What's the purpose of the eyes around all the body? Where'd the cow come from? Earthspark! Her name is Fluffy Ears! Yeah, to explain all of this, Patchouli here has some abilities related to her powers. One of these abilities is that she can open up eyes in certain places. And that opens up an eye on her body. They used to not look this organized, like especially when she was very young and like first awakening some of her abilities. They used to look kind of cursed. Can she open up eyes on objects too? Technically, but basically if she opens up an eye on like an object or like a wall or something, she also opens up an eye on her body. And that's partially why she dresses up in a way that's considered very conservative. It's because she doesn't want a bunch of people asking her what those marks are And if they're like tattoos or something. But anyway, let's talk about the cow. And for anyone wondering, what the hell is Idle Acres? This is Idle Acres. It's a farm that has been in my family for like 150 years. Let's just say that. And my dad and I actually actively sought out the location here. Imagine someone asking her if she's cousin with Sukuna. Y'all have a farm? Yeah. It's like chaotic skelly lore. Like, we actually, honest to God, have a farm. And this farm has been in my family for like 150 years. This is probably the same farm that my ancestor who fought in World War II and was a prisoner of war had like cows in. But they did not have Jersey cows, which is what Fluffy Ears here is. They had Holstein cows, the black and white cows. And once I'm done with doing the Fluffy Ears here, I'm probably going to plop down a sprite of the cow from Fields of Mystria. You wouldn't know the difference because you don't know anything about cows. Yeah, a lot of people who like live in this like more urban parts of the world and don't really see cows all that often might not know the difference as well. But given how my dad is, you know, from the rural parts of Wisconsin, he knows the difference between certain species of cow, or like breeds of cow. Jersey cows are usually brown. Like, this is a Jersey cow. Hold on. Let me just... So this is a Holstein cow. Whenever you think of a cow, this is probably what you think of. They are the most common type of cow, and they're usually bred for like milk and stuff. And from what I've heard, they're like severely inbred. So this is a Jersey cow, which is from Jersey. Not to be confused with New Jersey, the state in the United States, but Jersey in the British Channel Islands. And they are, of course, brown. Also, I remember when I was like playing Story of Seasons. It's Pioneers of Olive Town, I think. I was playing it on the Switch and my dad was in the living room with me as I was playing it. And one of the things I purchased was a brown cow. And my dad mentioned that, like, oh, that's a Jersey cow. And here's the thing he mentioned. He mentioned that there was a joke about Jersey cows producing chocolate milk. I'd like to mention that some people actually think this is true. And I wonder if my dad and my aunt making that joke, I wonder if they made that joke in like school or something with people who are not actually not experienced with the farm and actually thought it was true and proceeded to spread that as if it was a fact. I should clarify that no cow produces chocolate milk on their own. You have to add the chocolate to make chocolate milk. But yeah. There's a bunch of different cows. There's a heck cattle! What the hell? Do you have any names about dark brown furry cows in Oklahoma too? You don't remember the details, but you remember when you lived in Oklahoma for like barely a year? There was a whole field with cows behind one of the places you had lived there. So actually, do you think they could have been a Highland cattle? These originate from the Scottish Highlands. And, but it's very likely that it could have been a Highland cow. But I don't think I have any family in Oklahoma. If I do, they're likely on my mom's side of the family, which is not the side of the You don't remember the horns, but maybe you don't really trust your memory that far back for cows. Yeah, understandable. But there are very likely other species of cow that, like, cattle breeds that exist out there. And are, you know, there are likely, there's probably more than just the Highland cow that are, you know, fluffy. Actually, speaking of cows, I actually have a character who is based off of a cow. Her name is Madeline. Of course, the last time I did this, I drew her was like a long time ago. Like way back in like 2023 or something. And as you can see, the mouths here are pretty low on the face. I probably need to redraw her. But she is based off of a Jersey cow. What's up with having a day and night form? She's kind of like she's like half a cow person and half an original species from the story, who are basically like guardians of the world, who fight against like monsters essentially. And and she's also a magical girl, and that is also what she looks like as a magical girl. Yeah, she kind of gains a cooler palette in her magical girl form. No, over here. Which I'm I was about to open that up. I was about to open something up that had my last name and I would dox myself. But this is from an animation I made back in, like, a few years ago. That involved Madeline. But this is her like magical girl outfit. It has an overlay because it's at night. But this is one of the frames as well. But this is another variant of her, you know, magical girl form. It's kind of like based off the phases of the moon, and you know, if there's an eclipse going on, like if there it's like a blood moon, she the white parts of her magical girl outfit turn red. And this is a blatant Persona reference, like her outfit and all that. Because I felt it would be too lazy to make her a cowgirl, a cowpoke magical girl. But anyway. I should, probably, continue with this. So I think I'm going to add some eyes, like Doki Doki Glitter Force was your first magical girl anime, which you thought was pretty cool up until they made it with more of a kiddie version of the series, and this was originally meant for kids, but then you had her mind-blowing seeing this other anime that had magical girls in it, but it's more rated R and could be The Matrix. Lol, not really, but they had alternate dimension type thing, of course. Yeah. Honestly, my introduction to the magical girl genre was Tokyo Mew Mew, back when I was like in middle school. It wasn't just that. There was also Madoka Magica, which had a pretty big impact on me because it was literally what I watched after I got home from getting my wisdom teeth removed when I was like 12. So I literally went home from the hospital, passed out on the couch, and binge watched Madoka Magica. Just like, one of the weirder bits of lore I have is that I, you know, binge watched Madoka Magica day I got home from from getting my wisdom teeth removed. Yeah, I need to eventually work on that story with Madeline. Like, I need to revisit it. Because I feel like I had a pretty good idea. Since the magical girls in there. Name sounds so familiar, but you stuck with names, yeah. Yeah, I feel like eventually, once I'm done with Patchley's Revenge or something, I might return to that concept. Because my idea for that was, it was going to be like a combat platformer, like a Metroidvania, the game. So you'd be like doing a bunch of platforming stuff, like, you know, the Mario games, and then doing combat. Along with that. And I like to mention that Madeline is not a high schooler. She's in college. And she is learning to be a pastry chef. Like a baker. Because her family are like, you know, former... They used to be in like the countryside until the incident, and that before they had to like move away, and then eventually they opened up a shop that like sells sandwiches and stuff, you know, like a cafe, and yeah. Am I writing this story right and not drawing it as a comic? Alright, because he would torture himself to draw fight scenes and stuff. So for the story with Madeline, I plan on making it into an actual video game first. Because I'm not going to draw a bunch of fight scenes. But animations, like fighting animations, I'm more willing to do. But anyway, I think this is pretty good. I like what I had planned. That's easier. Well, it's because I only have to like do certain animations for the combat, and I don't have to like individually draw every single scene of combat in a comic, compared to like making a bunch of sprites that I would have to do if it were like a comic. I'd have to also get better at drawing fight choreography as well, which I honestly don't want to do. Like, at least for right now. I want to try and focus on the actual story I have. But anyway, let's return to the cow. Before ads start, let's go draw the cow. Let's do it now. Draw the cow. In your head, you feel like it goes both ways and moving pictures is tedious. Oh, you barely know how to animate besides twinkling stars? Yeah. Draw the cow. Yes, I will. So, I think I'm going to start filling out one of the legs here. And here we go. I have officially unlocked the color that I'm going to use for the lower part of the snout. Also, I literally turned on developer mode for the extensions on Opera so that I could do this overlay. So if I go here, I can add a single pixel of peach instead of just light peach. Yeah, I'm definitely going to, once I'm done drawing the cow, draw another cow so she can have a friend. But anyway, ads are about to start, so I'm probably going to like once the ads actually start, I'm going to actually start grabbing all the references I have for the bunads, because that is the next outfit reference I have. Which I'm actually gonna start doing that right now. I also have a bunch of references of Lederhosen, and those are the ads. I'm also taking inspiration from traditional folk costumes in Poland for this as well. I also have a bunch of references of Lederhosen, which is like the male folk costumes in Germany. But anyway, not ads. Yeah. Where you get the inspo to just usual outfits, make your own up. I honestly I mostly use Wikipedia. And like a combination of looking up, like using I also try to look it up using the actual term for the clothing from where it's from. So for example, if I were to like look at a full costume from Norway, like I would use the term bunad. B-U-N-A-D. And probably for sometimes I want a specific, like one from a specific location, so I'd do like Sigdal Bunad. And that's how I kind of like figure out the reference. Usually the best thing, in in order to research them is to actually know the name of the clothing. Which you can usually get if you just do a little bit of searching with like, insert country here, full costume. Eventually you find the name, and then you can use that to look up more specific stuff. Usually stuff that is sourced in the native country's language. Which as well. Which means that you can more easily source a bunch of references. Now, learn any fun facts about clothes you researched? So for Polish full costume, and this likely extends to other full costumes in like Northern Europe, usually like an unmarried woman has her hair down in braids, along with like a translucent an apron on the skirt. A married woman, like in this reference here, will have a scarf. She'll have her hair in a bun that is then obscured by a piece of cloth, like a headscarf, and sometimes she will also have a solid white apron, I believe. Hold on. Let me look this up. Okay, national costume. I don't remember, like, I don't remember where I found the source where it mentions, like, the differences between married and unmarried women. Okay. So okay, I found the source. You got blessed as you actually somehow didn't get the ads even though we anticipated them. Sometimes you get ads, sometimes you don't. But yeah. Okay, so it was from a Tumblr blog called Polish Costumes. From here. I am sending the link because I want y'all to know where I got the source. So, according to the source I have, the married woman wears a white embroidered handkerchief covering the head while the hair is under it and tied up in a bun. It has a very decorative light jacket. Originally would have been adorned with natural coral beads and a cotton apron with embroidery. The unmarried one has braided hair and wears a see-through apron made of lace. And she only has the bodice and has wider sleeves. And usually the unmarried woman has brighter colors in her costume. I swear Tumblr be having everything. Well, that's because on Tumblr, you can have a bunch of different blogs on one account. And it's basically like a blog site. So, there's probably like, at least, there's a bunch of different blogs that are like for specific topics. Like, there's one I follow that is about like sex education. And then there's, of course, the gimmick blogs like Health Site Genetics and all that. So, yeah. Sometimes you can get information from weird places, like the same site like that has a bunch of gimmick blogs that are about grabbing words from Tumblr posts and then putting them in a database for genomes and then figuring out what genome the text would be. So, the main thing I'm going to be doing here is, this is going to be very sketchy. Just feel like it's a confirmation that they have everything. Yeah, they have a lot of things. Also, if I go to the file name here, it's standard Sigdal Egedal Lien Bunad, which is a type of bunad, I believe. And I realized something here. I think this is like some kind of like purse or a wallet that is attached to the belt. Which, they actually have something similar in Hanfu, like traditional Chinese clothing from when I did research for Osmi. Like earlier in the year, like a few weeks ago, I think. When I first designed her Hanfu. Which, sometimes they have a belt, and something that is attached to said belt is a pouch. So I carry money and currency. So I'm going to do this in a very traditional way. And because she is an unmarried woman, she's going to have a vest instead of like the full sleeves she has here, because Hatchley is an unmarried woman. And I'm going to be relatively minimal with the lines here. As minimal as I can be. With all of these lines. Of course, these are going to end up being a little thicker. But essentially, so they sometimes have a bit of a low collar. Which I'm actually going to make a center line over here. So that I can easily figure out where the center of everything goes. But then I can kind of do something like this. And it will kind of look like that. Also, I'm trying to be a little more intentional with my sketch here, which is why I'm being like a little reserved with the way I'm doing the sketchy lines. So, yeah. Also, these have a bunch of embroidered designs on them, which I'm probably going to be a little reserved with. For my intents and purposes. And it goes all the way down to the ankles. But yeah. So this will be like the basic shape of Patchoul's bunad. I'm probably going to do a variation of this drawing where like have a part of it be like kind of like have the braids be, you know, behind the character, so it'll, you know, not be too obscuring of everything here, or just like have her hair be fully down. So I think I'm going to add the little pocket thing. And to kind of explain why I am giving Patchouli a folk style dress, there is a scene, there's going to be a chapter in the story where she goes to a traditional festival in the Osmosis Fragrance arc, specifically. And traditionally, in that festival, that festival is essentially like, it's basically like a day for everyone across different cultures to like remember the people who came before them, like their ancestors and stuff like that. And because of that, a bunch of people, like, usually the standard thing is like if you are to attend, you wear like either the traditional costume of where your family came from. So like Osmi would wear a hanfu or a chipao or a chonsam. And someone like Fennel would wear a lederhosen. And Patchouli, being that she is kind of like meant to be Scandinavian, like specifically most of her inspiration some of her inspiration for some of this stuff is like, and for the country that the story takes place in is like Norwegian. She wears a bunad. But of course, if you like either don't have anything from your home country, or like from your ancestral home, like if your family is kind of either been in the country of Greystone for many generations, or you just aren't all that connected to your home culture, you usually wear a standard, like a traditional full costume from the area. And in the case of Patchouli, because she is disconnected from her like homeland of Jaime, she wears a traditional bunad because she associates herself more with being from Bristrom, which is kind of like a country based off of Norway, than she does her own country. I'm also doing this because I do not have a full costume for Jaime. Do they always wear traditional clothing? Some people wear, they're like, some people who don't want to go and like buy or rent traditional clothing and wear like something they wear like at the office. Like some people show up in like suits or cardigans. And if they are like part of the school church, they usually wear like what they'd wear as their church uniform. However, because Patchouli is technically no longer an active minister, even though she is like relatively freshly ordained, she chooses to wear her full clothing instead. I feel like I might make like a book, like an ebook or something, like a free PDF you can download from like Ko-fi or something. That kind of explains a lot of the world building in the story. So like all the holidays and the history of the, you know, the world as it is. That's probably what I'm going to end up doing. But yeah, for the festival, which is called the Festival of Lost Lights, generally people, if they have them available, will wear their traditional full costumes. Or like traditional clothing from where their family came from. Like, as a way to like honor their ancestors and, you know, the family that came before them. Yeah, I'm just gonna... I'm also going to add the apron, which I'm probably going to make do a bit of you know, layering magic, trademarked, so that it looks translucent to signify that she is an unmarried woman. And also, for anyone wondering, why are you making it combination of Norwegian and Polish full costume. It's because I have family from who came from Norway and Poland. And I just thought, why not? I'd do something based on both. So that is why I am choosing to do that. Yeah. Also, next week I am technically starting my hiatus. Like, it's technically more of a semi-hiatus, but instead of my usual stream days of like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I'm going to be streaming on Saturday. But no, not Saturdays. Sundays. And sometimes Mondays. Like, probably like once my health class ends, I'm sorry that the stream free thing got detected by the smart bot, because usually stream free is like something that bots say to like try and advertise something that's probably gonna steal my data. So yeah, stream free vacay. Well, technically yes and no. It's not going to be entirely stream free because because if I take a look, you didn't even know that bots be like that? Yeah, they do be like that. But yeah. Essentially, earlier this year, after my hiatus for my semester in the spring, it took me quite a while to get back into the groove of streaming. Like, it took me a pretty long time. So, because of that, I'm only going to do a partial hiatus where I do stream, just not for the days that I usually do, and so that I can focus on my assignments and all that. And so during the first like 10 weeks or so, yeah. So like once week thing, yeah. But once two of my classes end in November, I'm going to start doing streams on Mondays as well. Because from the August 25th to like October 28th, I have an in-person class for to learn like health stuff and CPR. And because of that, I can't really because of the way I kind of do stuff, on the days where I have like an in-person class, usually that's like the major thing I do in that day, and I don't really like work on anything else for the rest of that day. And because of that, I usually have like 4 days of the week, 4 to 5 days of every week, where I focus on doing all the assignments for my remote classes. I'm usually able to get like 4 to 5 assignments done a day. Hey, with those. So, yeah. You're sort of jealous to hear me talk about school. Your friend has already started college without you because you're still catching up, so you're very curious about my schedule and stuff. So, a lot of certain classes have to be done like in person. And others can be done like... So there are like 3 types of classes. Like online, in-person, and hybrid. Online classes have an extended 2 types of classes, which are synchronous and asynchronous. Synchronous means that you have scheduled time for like Zoom classes on certain days of the week for certain times of the day. Asynchronous means you're just like completely on your own. In-person classes are kind of like this, similar to like high school. Hybrid classes, you have an in-person class, but then you have to like do studying on your own free time, and sometimes do assignments. You're basically on your own time with your online classes. Yeah. But there's usually like due dates in all the semesters. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to go save this just in case. Close it, and I'm going to do my intermission now. Yeah, now the ads hit you. But yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't worry. He just being dramatic for no reason keeps you a break time. Yeah. But anyway. So I sketch out the bunad. I'm going to kind of like try and clarify the sketch a little more later. But I'm gonna remove all those and hoop Volk anatomy. So something that I'm doing over here is that something I'm basically going to be working on yeah. Also, I should probably work on the cow before I start on this. And multitasking for real? Yeah. But yeah. Verify that I am human. Yeah. I'm gonna continue with working on this. And that will be the progress that we make on fluffy ears for now. Which yeah. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna start off with like making something vaguely symmetrical. And I'm going to transform it. Actually, hold on. Mesh transform. essentially, I am going to smush this around. Until I have this. But I'm also going to paste this. Move this up. Refine this line. And then I'm going to do another mesh transformation. But this time, something like a little less distorted. And I'm going to go grab the reference sheet over here. And a reminder to save my art even though I just started this stream. Sorry, buffering for you a little. We ain't gonna crash. Yeah. Luckily, I think the crashing issue was my cat Sabrina. So, like, accidentally turning off my extension cord. And I kind of kicked her out of my room because of that. So, I don't think we're gonna have to deal with any more of that scuff. Like, of accidentally having to restart stream. So, yeah, goody. Which means that's probably a sign for me to, like, ask my dad if we can, like, figure out a design for a catio so that my cat does not have the risk of accidentally turning off my, entire ass computer here multiple times. But yeah. I also have a redeem for like 100 points, which is the Save Your Progress, this one. So in case you think I've gone too long without saving my progress, you can just redeem that and I'll make sure to save. But yeah. So I'm gonna do my best to make sure this looks good. And here we go. And I'm also going to be adding a bunch of text throughout this, which may involve me having to enlarge the canvas by a smidge in order for it to kind of fit in with everything. But this is kind of like meant to be read horizontally. Is there 5,000 point... Why is there a 5,000 point redeem reward for a 3-minute ad? I don't know. Nobody's ever done it before. It's kind of like just there if you want me to run ads. It's purposefully instead of the scheduled ads. They're like automatically scheduled by Twitch. Which to happen every half hour. basically running a 3-minute ad kind of like removes any upcoming scheduled ads. So if you want to remove the scheduled ad, you just redeem that in order to like have me intentionally run an ad. But sometimes I usually do it on my own if I, like, for example, really need to use the bathroom. Like, when I had to really use it earlier. Or before I usually do my first intermission. Usually I will just run the ad when I start the intermission. And then whenever I come back is whenever I come back. Usually it takes a while. Sometimes it just takes a long time in order to empty the bowels. Yeah, it kind of makes sense now. At first you thought it was a good option for someone to be a menace. Yeah, it is also an option for people to be a menace. But I think I have it on a cooldown. Let me go check and see if it is on a cooldown. Yeah, it is on a cooldown for half an hour. And there's also a maximum... I think I'm gonna have it at a maximum of 5 total redemptions per stream. Yeah. It's kind of just there if you either A, want to be a menace, or B, just want to have the ad, had me schedule do a 3-minute ad right now so that there's more time to watch stream without getting inflicted by ads again. But anyway... I probably need to move this a little bit to here. So like that. And I'm also going to draw the tongue as well. So... So, I think I'm gonna put that here. But yeah, there are a bunch of different potential colors for the inside of the hoop folk's mouth, and that can also extend to the color of their flesh. Like, if you like cut into them, sometimes their flesh is purple. Like for Patchouli, her flesh, the color of her tongue and the inside of her mouth and her gums are all like purple. Why do I draw mouth and teeth? Just wondering, because the teeth and the inside of the mouth like that is less in mind. Well, part of it's because I thought it would be like a good point of reference for the viewer. Because usually, like, purple, your favorite color? It's mine too. Yeah, it's exactly the fact that it's usually not a color, not something people think of, is why I'm adding it. Because usually you wouldn't really question someone if they had a different color or mouth insides, like if they have a different color tongue, unless you actually actively see it or pay attention. Like sometimes if you see someone stick out their tongue at you and it's like completely purple, like not in a way where they like sucked on a lollipop or some kind of candy and it tinted her tongue the color of the lollipop, but it looks like it is actually that color. That's something people might notice if they are close enough, and therefore question it. And that's why originally, basically giving people opportunities to ask more questions about my characters. Yes, exactly. And it's a small enough detail that most people might not even notice. And there is something else. Though I'm not sure if I'm going to like remove it, but that means I'd have to delete a certain scene. And it's like mandibles. Like, these are like claw-like MacGuffins. Essentially, these are like hidden inside the neck, like inside the throat of a hoopfolk. And if the neck is stimulated, or like if a hoopfolk hinges open their mouth too wide, then the mandibles will pop out. And it makes it a little awkward to like talk. But it's kind of, the mandibles are partially a self-defense thing. Like if they are, if someone if there's something like very close to their mouth, they can like unhinge their jaw a bit and like pop out the like mandibles, which is technically what the jaw is called. So they essentially have a second pair of jaws. Like, an eel. So not sketch apostrophe. Sketch 1. You didn't even know eels have jaws? I think they have two. Like, certain eel species have 2 pairs of jaws. One that can, like, jump out and catch prey, and another that is, like, their normal jaw. Anyway, ads are starting in, like, 4 minutes. So I'm going to very quickly draw the teeth over here. Before the ads start.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Also, thank you for the hydrate. And when the ads start, I'm probably going to like walk away for a little bit. And hydrate in those ads, yeah. And probably like once the ads actually start, I'm going to walk away for a little bit. So that I can go refill my water. I've been guzzling. I've been drinking. So, there we go. And that is the line art. I'm gonna remove this so that it looks less cursed. And then I'm going to grab my teeth color and start putting it in. No, over here. And there we go. And all we have left is a minute of ads. But anyway, I am going to continue working on the cow. As well. Which but yeah. So, ads are going to start soon. And, there we go. So, I'm gonna go walk out for a bit so I can refill my water because it's pretty empty. Alright, I'm back. Empodinyang. I have refilled my water. And let's go add all that. And I'm almost at level 12. Which is cool. So let's minimize that and save this. Yeah. Once ads are done, I'll continue working on this. And then I'm going to work on one of the other rep sheets. Anyway, welcome back. Empodinyang. So, first things first is I am going to draw the color in the tongue. And then let's fill this in as well. And fill. But yeah. This is the inside of the mouth. The example here I'm using is patchouli. And that's because she's the only one I have who has, you know, the colors of her mouth down. And I'm going to make a symmetrical sketch using this. And we saturate that and move it. Actually, yeah, I'll keep it there. I should probably not use my line art pen for this. But yeah, this is gonna be an open mouth. I'm not going to make it terribly wide, like terribly long. There's probably something like this. Yeah. So this is the sketch. Gonna add a little bit of the shading. Also, we are approaching the final hour. Also, thank you for the save. Giving the progress redeem. Yeah. We are approaching the final hour of stream. Which means that I won't be like live for too much longer. Or like for terribly longer. So, this means you somehow stayed the entire time. Yeah. So... oh yeah. I'm actually gonna be able to stream tomorrow though, since apparently I'm not gonna have my planned trip to go to my cousin's that I thought I was gonna have, which means the vacation mode is technically inaccurate. I technically am not gonna have be on vacation mode until my semester actually starts. So yeah. I will be live on Friday. I'll probably be doing Tales of Berseria, or like Skyrim or something. Which, apparently I'm getting pretty close to the end of Tales of Berseria. So, I won't have to stream that for much longer. So, I actually have written down on a, like, notepad what stream ideas I have for my semester. Like during the day, during like the Sundays, these streams that I'm going to be having. And one of the things I have, of course, is, you know, I of course have some drawing streams and writing streams. But something I also have is playing Tales of Berseria, which is like an RPG game. That is also like a hack and slash. And I'm like a good chunk of the way through that game. Which means that I'm, you know, gonna be finishing it sometime soon. And since I'm getting very close to, you know, the ending of Tales of Berseria, that means I'm gonna need a new game to play. You know, during my, since I'll be done with that game. So there are like 2 games that I will probably play. You know, during the like once I'm done with the Tales of Berseria stuff. Skyrim and Deltarune. Skyrim because I actually started playing that like a year or 2 ago. Like back when I had a 3D model. And Deltarune because I bought it and I still have not played it because I wanted to stream myself playing it with y'all. All to observe. So yeah. That's kind of like gonna be it. But of course, a lot of that kind of hinges upon if like that's gonna happen roughly like in the middle of my semester. So likely like during the last like 5 or so weeks when I only have 3 classes to do, I'm going to start doing 2 streams a week instead of my usual, instead of the 1 Sunday stream. I'll do a stream on Sunday and Monday. I was low-key you with Life is Strange, played some of it once and they've touched in over never touched it in over a year. Yeah. But yeah. And I haven't really played it because the last time I played Skyrim on stream, I had a lot of issues with it freezing, you know, very severely. Like, it was, like, freezing to the point where I'd have to go to Task Manager, and I had to end the stream early because of the fact that it basically just froze my entire, like, both of my monitor screens. So I kind of stopped playing it for a bit. And, you know, because of that, I think I might be able to return to the game. I might, like, do a bit of a test playthrough of it. But yeah, I eventually do want to finish my Skyrim playthrough so I can kind of start doing more for stuff. But yeah. I'm probably going to, like, once I do my intermission and start the final hour of stream, I'm going to, like, probably go check my canvas, which is the website that is often used for, like, college assignments. Like, it's usually, like, if you ever heard of the term canvas shell being used, that's kind of what it means. It basically means the website called Canvas. And right now, 3 of my classes have been published, including one that does not start until late September. Actually, I'm gonna go check my canvas shell. Canvas. Okay, it is just the 3 classes that have been published beforehand. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna have to try and, you know, see if Skyrim will be cooperative with me over the weekend so that I can figure out if I do want to stream it during the days that I, you know, have the Skyrim kind of planned. Also, I just realized that I made these the wrong color. Whoops. You hope it is cooperative? Yeah, I hope so too. If it's not, I'm gonna be a little disappointed, but I feel like I think I understand why, because it's, like, very old. Like, it's a pretty old game by modern standards. Also, the mouth is now reminding you of an ant for some reason. It's probably the mandibles. Oh, so that's probably why it's reminding you of an ant. Oops. But yeah. This is what it kind of looks like inside the mouth. Like, along with the mandibles. Which, the mandibles are usually the same color as the horns. They're kind of made of the same material. But, yeah. I'm gonna close that document. Oops, did not mean to open that up. And there is something else that I need to do. First, let me check to see if there's a kitty crying at my door. Nope. I was just hearing things. But anyway. What I'm doing right now is a reference sheet for the Kristra. And essentially what this is just that it's kind of like showing off a few different traits, like what certain Kristra look like. Because there are two variations of the Kristra in Patchley's Revenge, East and West. Because they are based off of the dragons of different places. So, West Kristra, like this character here, are based off of Western dragons, like European dragons. And, yeah. This is essentially like the variations between like all the Kristra, like the main types of Kristra, because despite them being the same species, they look visibly much different than like each other. The main thing being their skin tone. Because obviously one of them is like more vaguely European looking and the other is like a little more Asian. Yeah. This is, you know, just gonna be a little headshot of, you know, a younger or Western Kristra. And then there will be a younger Eastern Kristra. These are technically going to be canon characters. Just younger versions of said canon characters. But yeah. So, anyway, ads are gonna be starting soon, so I'm gonna take that to, like, take a little bit of a break. I'd probably, like, use the bathroom and all that. So, yeah. We'll return in a few minutes. Alright. Welcome back, Ebodinyang. So, hello, not a bot. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Right now, I am doing something like this. Which is that I am drawing a fucking cow. How did I make my emotes? Oh, I drew them myself. And there we go. Yeah. So, essentially, for some of my some of the emotes, I have them on 7TV. But then for my Twitch, I drew all of these on Clip Studio Paint. So all of those emotes I have drawn with my own hand on this software. Some of them have like funny little effects on them, but others don't. You think Agile might be your favorite? Yeah. But yeah, I basically draw all my emotes on my own. I've never really commissioned anyone to make emotes for me because I can't really afford that. I can't exactly afford to commission people to draw all of my emotes. I feel like if I ever if I ever get to a point where I commissioned someone for an emote, there's like a few artists I kind of have in mind. But of course, that is something that is kind of like a future endeavor for like when I get to the point where I can afford to commission a few people to draw my characters. Then I will definitely commission them to draw some emotes. But for now, I'm going to just draw all my emotes on my own. In fact, I might, like, make an emo pack or two of some of the characters I've drawn. And, like, have it up on, like, Ko-fi or VGen. As, like, hey, $5 whole, and you can use this on your Twitch for your, like, 7TV or Discord emotes. Or whatever platform you use for streaming, I will not judge. yeah. So, yeah. I'll probably do that once I feel like I am able to, like, garner enough interest in my original stories to kind of, like, make emotes of, you know, my characters. And, you know, sell them. But that's, you're only paying for nothing until you get a real income that isn't from a long distance dad. Yeah, I understand that. I mean, I know for me, pretty much all of my money from what I get is, like, the allowance I get for my dad. And he's giving me extra money for, like, cleaning out the litter boxes. So I get, like, $300 a month. And right now I'm kind of, like, saving for getting some Christmas presents. This for my family. Because Christmas is coming up. Along with the fact that I'll be on a trip to Canada. You know, before after my semester ends. And I'm, you know, free from it. I'll be going on a trip to Canada for the first time with my family. We'll be going to, like, Niagara Falls and stuff. But yeah. That is, you know, not gonna happen until, like, December. But yeah. That is, you know, what I'm gonna be doing. And then, you know, once I return from that, which I won't be streaming for, like, that whole week, I'll be, you know, returning to streaming again until I have my next semester. Just do this. But yeah. I'll, you know, have my semester of college. So basically, to explain my break, my, like, semi-hiatus from like the 25th of this month, which is August, by the time the stream is happening, to December, December 22nd, or like December 21st. You're not really get your allowance because of your birthday, so in a way, what could have been your allowance is a gift your dad is giving me, electric basic card, and the fact that he's traveling to see me and stay at a local hotel for a few days before he gotta disappear, so in a way, you're not getting your allowance for him kind of makes sense due to all this he's doing for your 18th birthday. Yeah, it does make sense. But yeah. So to kind of explain what my I wasn't even on the correct pen. But basically from August 25th to August 20... Wait, no, not August. From August 25th to December 21st, I'm going to be on a semi-hiatus. My semester ends on December 12th. And on December 14th, I'm going up to Canada for a family trip. So essentially, the week after my semester ends, I won't be streaming at all, and then I'll be returning to my regular schedule on the week after my vacation. Which... let me go grab my announcements thing. So, probably like when I make the full post, I'm going to explain that I'm going to be streaming on certain days of the week, and that it will change once my fall semester, so my fall classes end, so that I am able to stream a little more frequently. Like, once November hits, I'll be streaming on Sundays and Mondays. Also. But yeah. This is the announcement post that I'm going to be making for it. So, I think I'm gonna delete this. And, yeah. Let me go, my, calendar. On my phone. So... And then... let me just... make this. And so all right. And I'm gonna put this up here. And I'm going to change the color of the text to one related to my branding. But yeah, essentially my schedule will change. So from August 25th to November 2nd, I will only be streaming on Sundays. From November 2nd to December 7th, I will be streaming on Mondays as well, since I will have a reduced workload from my classes, as 2 of them will be ending in around that time. And I can therefore dedicate more time to streaming. And then, of course, there will be the week after my semester ends, which is, you know, going to be when I am on vacation. Sounds like a solid plan. And there we go. I'm going to also save this as a PNG. Oh, right here. So going to add a little bit of shading. Oops. And then the little bunny nose shading. A little bit of shading here. And there we go. And then I'm gonna do a little bit of a little bit more shading here as well. And a little more for here. And a little more over here for there. But yeah. Hopefully I'm able to enjoy my time at my first time being out of the country. Like, you know, outside of the United States. Relatively well. And it happens without any medical emergencies. Because that would honestly kind of suck if I have a medical emergency in the middle of a vacation. That would suck really bad. So hopefully I did not jinx myself. And I won't be having any medical emergencies when I'm in Canada. But yeah. So this is done. And before the ads start in 5 minutes, I am going to continue working on fluffy ears. Which I'm gonna start working on this. But yeah. I'm just gonna continue. And so please let me go a little further down. There we go. And progress. Right now. But yeah. For the last thing on the agenda for today's stream, I am going to be working on a head mesh for my character Patchouli, so that I can convert her stuff into 3D and therefore draw her horns a little more accurately. So yeah. That is going to be the last thing I do for the final stretch of the stream. But first I'll have to run ads with... Your phone died! Oh no! Oh no! You just got back. Well, at least you were able to get back. But yeah. I am going to let the ads run once they start. And after that, and I'll work on the mesh for Patchouli. I'm also planning on doing a mesh for some of the other characters as well. Which is this abomination of a drawing. And I also have this, which is like guidelines for Patchouli. But yeah. Once that starts, I'll take a break from doing all this. And then I will return. So yeah. I'll have ads do their thing, and yeah. Once that happens, I'll come back. And do what I want to do. So, yeah. I'm not fully sure how I'm going to do the mesh for the horns. I'll probably, like, figure it out eventually. But I'm gonna grab this drawing I have of Patchouli in her side profile. That I can use. But yeah. It's just gonna be what happens. Once ads end, of course. So yeah. I'll just wait for ads to end. And then we can return to the shenanigans. That is called art. So you're late? Understandable. Also, you're okay. You have like, there's like 25 minutes until ads end. How goes? It goes well. Right now, I am going to be doing something along the lines of this. Which is to say I am doing a side profile for my character Patchouli. Noish indeed. So the nostrils end about here. Also, thank you for the loot. But yeah. Yeah, indeed. So, yeah. The big thing that I am trying to do right now is work on a side profile for Patchouli. Which is to say that I am mostly just doing this so I have some kind of reference for, you know, making a 3D object. So, for now, I'm kind of just doing a sketch. Like, figuring out where everything is meant to go. And that includes her giant 5 head. But yeah. Here we go. So, I think this is a good look for the eye. So I am going to move it up a little bit. But yeah. Let me turn that the opacity of that really low. Yeah, I'm mostly just doing this so that I have some kind of like reference. For when I, you know, draw Patchley in more, like some of her more proper drawings, like illustrations and stuff. I want to have a proper reference, let's just say. And the reason why is because of her horns. Horns can be very hard to draw, so I want to kind of like make a proper reference of her horns. So that I can draw them consistently. You know, because I'm going to be drawing her a lot. Let's just say that. But yeah. I might move the ear a little closer so that there's less empty space. But I'm not fully sure. Actually, let me do this. Yeah. I might actually try and make a preliminary, like, concept of her in V-Roid Studio so I can see where some of the stuff on her kind of falls. Like where her eyebrows go. And all that. Because, of course, right now, it's kind of like pretty plain. But yeah. I'm actually not gonna do that stylistic thing I usually do for this, because I want this to be as clear as possible for when I draw the mesh. But yeah. And I might need to, like, figure out a concept for some other things. Like, of course, So, I think I'm going to press a wide arc. To there. And this is, of course, where the jaw ends and the neck begins. And then the hairline over here. But yeah. I'm also going to be making a contour of the horns so that I can, figure out their shape, and all that. But the most important thing is that I get the hairline, and all. The most important thing is the face. If I am to ever add, like, the hair and the body and stuff, that's going to happen at a later time. Probably, like, once I, feel like I have the hair, like the head and horns at a shape that I want. Luckily for Hydrangea, her horns in her crystal form are pretty simple. They're kind of like just two lines that I can just do with the curve tool, and they look pretty good. But for literally every other character, I can't really do that now, can I? Which, first of all, let me go to Osmi, his crystal form over here. It is very complex, because they're like meant to look like, the horns on an Eastern dragon, like a Chinese dragon specifically. And because of that, it's going to be very complex for me to draw. Therefore, I think it's best if I, like, before I do anything else related to Osmi's Christiform, I'm going to make a 3D model of her head, and I'm also going to make a 3D model of her horns to go on her head. Like what I'm doing here with Patchouli. But of course I might do some stuff kind of like related to the, you know, mesh for Patchouli later on. So like, for Patchouli over here, I'm going to do her mesh in 2 parts. The first part is her full face. So over here. And her entire head. Like basically the part that I'd have to, you know, make anyway. And then the next thing that I am gonna do is the whole horn ordeal she has. I will likely be doing this for every single character that has somewhat complex horns. So Hydrangea is going to be excluded from this whole ordeal. But Osmi especially is going to be included in this whole ordeal. And that is simply because of the fact that she has some of the most complex horns out of all of my characters. And due to the fact that I am going to be drawing her a lot, even in her Christiform, I plan on making a 3D model to use for the whole entire shebang. Oof. Yeah, it is an oof, but honestly, yeah, I'm willing to do a lot of things in order to, like, make sure that my project is able to look as good as it can. And if that means learning Blender, then I'm gonna learn Blender. Of course, some of this I might not do while on stream. Simply because I don't want y'all to see me too frustrated. But yeah. Anyway, I've recovered enough charges. He's over here. So, let me just go do this real quick. Blender is painful. Yeah, I've heard how painful it is. Anyway, I'm gonna go do this. And I'm actually gonna start doing a little bit of shading. Over here. I'm going to start playing out some chunks of shading. So that it's not just, you know, a whole glob of, like, you know, dark brown. But yeah. This cow is here for a reason. I probably explained it earlier. But essentially, this is a farm from my family, and her name is Fluffy Ears. She's a Jersey cow, and this is a farm that's been in my family for 150 years. The favorite family cows? Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to add those two pixels. And I'm not sure what I'm going to fully do with her face, because I usually just do this anime style face, but there is a certain character I have, and it's Fennel. Like, here he actually has a bump on his nose. Also, hello, Edis. Yeah, if I go to his ref sheet, I don't know if I have it anywhere, but he has a bump on his nose, like, around where his eyes are. And because of that, I'm probably going to make a 3D mesh of him and his head, so that I can better draw him when he's like facing different perspectives. But yeah. That is, of course, going to be something that I'm doing. The ads are starting in about 3 minutes. So I'm probably going to actually, yeah, I just realized it's technically the end of stream. I have made a pretty good amount of progress, but yeah. So tomorrow I am going to do a stream, because I actually will not be going on the trip that I I was going to be going on since my dad is being scheduled for back 12s and can't really take time off. But yeah, I'm going to figure out the streams for when I'm on my semi-hiatus / schedule change, because it's going to involve quite a bit of Tales of Berseria. But yeah, I'll be here tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and I'll be seeing y'all tomorrow. Bye, y'all!